Good evening, everybody. It's Friday night, my friends, and I am back and hopefully ready to start looking at some more code here. Let me just verify that everything's up and running. All right, good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, hey, Outlaw. Thanks for a lurk. Welcome on in. Let's see. So, this is gonna be a difficult one, my friends. Welcome on in. Welcome, everybody. I hope everyone's had a good week. And you're all looking forward to the weekend and gonna kick butt and take names and all that stuff. Yeah, so this is gonna be a difficult one. So last time we were here, we got the chat messages working, the test message anyway, to show up on the window, and then presumably that will show up on OBS once we get there. So that leaves me with doing the actual integration with both YouTube and Twitch. Now, I'm purposely putting Twitch off because I think the Twitch integration is probably going to be, I know this is famous last words, but probably going to be the easier of the two integrations. And the reason I say that is because there are things that I could do to make the Twitch integration a little bit easier on myself. I believe Twitch still, under the covers, uses like IRC chat and stuff like that, and there's plenty of like libraries, I'm sure, that will speak IRC chat if I need to do that. I think ultimately, though, they do have APIs set up that I would like to try first and see how those go for me as far as reading the chat and all that stuff. And those APIs look like they would be relatively real time and everything else. So I'm pretty set there. YouTube, though, the YouTube API is only, it seems like it was written in such a way. Well, I mean, let's face facts with the YouTube API. The YouTube API was written without any thought put to live streaming. It was really put together well before live streaming was ever a thing on YouTube, and never updated to really support it. I mean, it does support it. I mean, it was updated in such that it has the functions there, but it was never, its architecture was kind of never revisited, it looks like. And so trying to read chat via the API would mean that I would have to poll every couple seconds to try to find out if chat messages were there, which, interestingly enough, is exactly what the YouTube web chat does. Like when you go and, you know, pop out your chat window and stuff, it is actually literally polling in the background there. The difference is when YouTube does it, they don't have API limits. When I do it, I've got API limits to worry about. Namely, every one of those calls, I think, takes like 5 API credits. And you only get 10,000 a day. Obviously, you can try and get some more, but yeah, you only get 10,000 a day. And I've already seen, especially with Caster Labs and stuff, where you can ask for extensions and stuff and they'll give you, you know, more credits and stuff, but it's a constant uphill struggle. Just for the silliest of reasons, right? It's just because they don't have a good API for real-time chat stuff, which honestly surprises me, given that Google has plenty of solutions that have real-time chat in them, and they've just never brought that over to YouTube. for whatever reason. So it's just a very, to the YouTube API anyway, which is just really strange. So that leaves me with trying to use HTML unit to emulate a browser in memory, and basically point myself at the chat URL for your live stream and allow that to run. If I'm hoping this works this way, I think it does, but I'm hoping it works this way. Allow that to run in memory, with all its JavaScript and everything, and have it do its, it's all Google code at that point, polling and everything else. And then see if there's a way for me to listen in on that polling that happens. And every time a fetch happens, intercept it and read the contents of it and see if there's a chat message in there. And if there is, then I'll use that as a means of then propagating that chat message to our combined chat. Now, doing that just for the read, I also think that that's probably the best way to do events as well, because the events tend to trigger in chat as well, like subscribe events and all that stuff. We'll see about the subscribe events. I don't know if that goes in chat or not. I think it does. But I think that would be a way to get a couple events and chat without spending API credits to do it. Now, I would not be doing... Now, that's only for read-only, basically, stuff. That's just read-only stuff. I will have a chat bot that will be able to send messages out, but the chat bot's going to have to use the API to send messages. So that'll still be something that will cause an expenditure of API credits. But honestly, I'm less concerned about that. Like if the bot can't respond, that's less of a problem in my mind than you not seeing chat messages or not seeing events come back. Presuming that I can get most, if not all, the events through that interface. So that's kind of my take on it right now. And presumably as well, you're going to be receiving more chat messages than the bot's going to be sending, theoretically. So, something else to consider there as well. The question now is, can I do that? I have not used HTML unit before. It looks pretty straightforward from the very small look I had of it. But will it continue to run the page in the background? Will the JavaScript continue to run? Will I have any problems with that if that's running continuously? There's a lot of questions there. Now, the reason I'm looking at HTML unit is because it is used under the covers by Selenium, which is a browser integration testing framework that actually lets you record tests in your browser. You click on a button and click several buttons, and then it can play those back with pausing and stopping for things to load and whatnot, and then that could be used to test to make sure do buttons appear where they're supposed to appear? Are they blocked? Can the user click on them? Those kinds of things. So that's why I'm leaning towards that, because I know that there's some robustness there. I don't need the full gamut of Selenium, I don't think, because that can be pretty heavyweight as far as the amount of stuff it has to bring in. But I'm hoping at least I can at least use the HTML unit on its own, and for what I'm trying to accomplish, we'll see. My first challenge here, though, is to actually figure out what the HTML unit, how it works, and what to do there. I think before we jump into that, though, am I all committed here? I think I am. Let's see if there's any pull requests from Dependabot here that I can just knock out relatively quickly. Appears to be one. Lockback Classic, sure. That's fine. We'll do that. Delete that branch. There we go. And then in the more projects, 4 pull requests over here. Spring Framework gets bumped a little bit. Even fail safe. Check style, that's fine. Google API Services YouTube goes from V3 revision 2024 8.14 2.00 to 2024 09.09 2.00. Okay, that's probably okay. I'm a little bit concerned about that, but it might be fine. So we'll just merge those down really quickly and bring this code down. All right, and this one. Cool. Okay, let's bring that code down before I do anything else. So pull that code. Go and pull that. All right, let's make sure everything builds and deploys still. Okay, so far so good. Yep. And where's my over here? Cool. Everything appears to still be working. That image is still broken. I wonder why that is. I wonder if that's not a permanent link that I brought down. There's a different link that comes from the API that is a permanent link. That's probably what's happening. I'll have to see. We'll look into that some more. I'm not too concerned about it right now, but we'll have to look into it. Anyway. So, the test chat stuff was working. Let's look at HTML units here, and let's see what we got. Rotating a specific browser. Browser version. Okay. Okay. Line green. So set JavaScript enabled. Set CSS enabled. Alright. I guess technically I wouldn't need the CSS enabled because you won't see anything, but I don't know if that'll cause other problems on the page. Set throw exception on script error false. Okay, we definitely want to turn that off and let browsers continue. Because I don't care if there's a script error. I just care that things are working. Enough for me to do stuff. Web client, browser language, time zone, browser user agent. And remember, JavaScript API support by browsers. Be on track. API support for older browsers. Add the missing APIs. Siren version supports integration of polyfills. There's a dedicated option for every supported polyfill. If enabled, the polyfill is automatically loaded. So fetch API polyfill. I think we need the fetch API polyfill. Although this is really just this is a polyfill, which for newer browsers we don't need. Is native browser version. Yeah. So we might not need that, but I know they were using fetch, so there's that. The one thing that I'm wondering about is obviously it needs to run browser. So the question becomes, does that browser need to exist on your system, or does it just have the engine somewhere? Okay. And I guess the only way to know is to try it. How to modify outgoing request or incoming response? How to parse HTML content given as a string. Okay. So, how do I... Local session storage. Threading, blocking based on the response. Headers. Content blocking. Clipboard handler, file download and attachments. Client level. Watching for alerts. Set alert handler. Get page. Window listener. So what does that do? Windows are created or pages are loaded. Windows opening by JavaScript. Handlers. Status handler. Attachment handler. What does this give me access to? PostJSON. File upload. Usage. Post. Receiving cookies, sending cookies, obtaining the response URL. Requests. For the code from this polyfill doesn't have any effect on those browsers. Okay, so I don't need this for those. I was wondering how I can listen for stuff going on. I wonder, let me try something here. Let me see if Copilot can point me in a direction somewhere. How would I use HTML units to listen for JavaScript fetch requests and grab the data received from the grab the JSON data received from the requests. I don't know if it'll know how to do it. Not directly support intercepting fetch requests and grabbing JSON data received from requests. Yeah, that's what it seems like. You can use a workaround by creating a custom web connection wrapper that intercepts the responses. Okay. You can parse the content as JSON and process it. Intercepting web connection like this. Set web connection, intercepting web connection. Okay. With the URL you want to intercept. This will intercept all responses from the specified URL, and you can parse and process JSON content and get response method. Interesting. I mean, that actually, honestly, sounds reasonable. Because at the end of the day, the fetch request is just calling a URL. And so if I listen for a particular URL that gets called, and just look at so I won't actually be calling the URL myself, but I'll have the page open in memory and I'll just be listening for this URL to get hit. And then every time a response comes back from it, I'll be able to parse that response myself while also allowing it to go on to allowing the JavaScript on the page ultimately to grab it and do the same thing. Have to see how they, I mean, obviously I have to open it up and see how they work on it. So I guess the first thing I should do Let me go grab the URL of the chat right now. Okay, where's my cursor at? Come on. Come on. There it is. So if I go over here, just open a new browser window. So this is the chat right now on YouTube. It's running. So let's see. Let's do inspect network. So presumably, yep, here we go. So this is polling. And this is a fetch, which is what I'm looking for. So if I'm just looking for web client info, context, which thing am I looking for here? I'm guessing is the get live chat pretty print I'm looking at. Pretty print false. Yeah, that looks like that would be what I'd be looking for. See, that's going to, see, the problem here is that's going to studio.youtube.com, YouTube I, V1. That might be okay because of this. Because I'm not logged in. Like, I can see this stuff and I'm not logged in, right? Well, it says I have block access, which is weird. It's a little weird that it would let me do things here. But that's fine. Like, once I'm on this page, all messages are visible. Top chat. Top chat versus live chat. Interesting. Yeah, so once this page is loaded, then I can listen for these requests. The question is, what does a request look like if there's something there? So let's see real fast. If I just do test here. That came through. Presumably it came through this one. looking at the wrong thing. Response. Logged in. Live chat. Oh, here it is. So it's got actions, add chat item, action, thumbnails, badge, label owner, chat actions. Where's the word test at? I think it would be around here somewhere. There it is. Text is tests. Message. Okay. So it came back in response. So yeah. So I should be monitoring the get live chat URL there. And then all the responses are JSON. And then I just have to build a... I just have to grab that and just build it into an object, which hopefully shouldn't be too terrible, because it looks like it's well formed anyway. We'll see once we dig in there. Okay. So interesting. Interesting. The tricky part here is getting this ID, but I have a feeling that will come from figuring out if you're live or not. So I'll have to like parse that from something else, but okay. So I think I see what they're doing there. Now, the other thing is, I guess I can ask that question too. What would be a good way to keep an HTML unit browser page running in the background? As a thread. I don't know how else to word that. Create a new thread and run inside it. Run in the background. Won't block the main thread. Yeah, but that's... So run web client get page. Well, sure, but that's let me see. How would you integrate that thread with a try with resources? Yeah, see, right away it's wrong. Because they have it running in a thread, but they, yeah. So really what I would need to do is, yeah, I'm trying to think how I could do this where I make sure the web client gets cleaned up. Because you don't want it to close out. You don't want it to close out until I'm ready for it to close out. Is really what I'm getting at there. So I guess at that point, that won't. How would you trigger the web client auto closable when the thread terminates? Yeah, they're passing the web client in now, which is closer to what I'm looking for. Unfortunately, in Java 21, you can still use finally, but it's deprecated. So I'd like to see if there's a way I can do it without doing the finally. I mean, I see what they're doing there. Although catching exception, I guess catching exception would work too. But, let me see something. Java 21. Alternative to finally to close stream. Um, so let me see here. Oops. Nope, that's not what I want. This doesn't have it in it at all. What's that all about? Maybe I'm wrong in it, and I thought finally was deprecated now in 21. I thought that's what I read, but no. It's not showing anything. Turn to finally block. Let's see. Thread. Auto close. Let's see here. Oh, hey, hello. No, I don't. We're good. We're good. I don't need to anything tested right now. I'm just trying to figure out if I'm going to do this right or not. Graceful shutdown spring boots. Hmm. Wait. Manual. Thread safe Boolean variable. Stop method simply set to false. Right. Task executor. Okay, so that's fine. I guess I'm just gonna have to. I'm gonna have to just wing it and see what happens here. I think with this. So web response, accepting web connection. Clients. Okay, let me see. Do I have HTML units in here? I think I do. Maybe not. Nope, I don't have it yet. Okay. So let's get that in here right now. Let me see. I need the repository. HTML unit. Should be org HTML unit, right? That's a good question. Let me go see what they've got here. Oh, this might work. 440, is that? Yep, that's their latest release. Cool. I'll take that. And back over here, paste that in. Let's say HTML unit version. Is that? Version? Okay. Let me stop the server here right now. running while I'm doing things. Alright, and where are we at? Maven somewhere. Maven update projects. Okay. So should have HTML unit now, and where to put this? I guess let me think. So I would definitely classify this as a back-end thing. So I guess back-end service right now. In fact, I think I want to make it its own section. So we'll do package service YouTube. And in here we'll do new class, and I'll say let me think. I guess it would be well, let's do browser thread first. And we'll extend thread. Kind of like what it had here. And if I'll take in a web client, if I'll just create one. I think I'll take one in, make this a little bit more generic. Because then I can have different interceptors for things as needed, and just let this thing run on a thread. So that, yeah, we'll keep the thread kind of bare in that regard. So override run here. Is there a okay. Okay, so and then we'll do private web client private atomic boolean run equals true. Well, I guess I gotta do new atomic boolean true. Whoops. Do that running. source, generate getters and setters. Yeah, on running. And then generate constructor using fields. And I'll say web client. In there. So we do. Oh, let's see what this does. So web client dot get page. Oh, the web request in the current top web window. Web window get page. String URL. So I guess we gotta put a string URL here. Private string URL. URL. And then I guess this has to be in a try catch, right? Now formed URL exception. Yep. Try multi-catch. Failing HTTP status code exception and IO exception. Okay. We'll get a logger in here. Private static. Oops. Static final. Logger equals logger factory. Get logger. Do I have a wrong thing here somewhere? God damn it. Logger. Here it is, way down there. Let's look for J. There we go. Okay, so we got that. And we'll just logger dot error. Able to fetch page. It's URL E. There we go. So what does this return? HTML client returns page. The page type. So that would be what? Well, HTML page. Okay. So page is just the interface. So we'll say private HTML page. That, and do source generate getters and setters, and we'll just do a get page for that one. The page back from that. Thing is, though, So wait a minute here. So if I just left this way, it would complete, and then that's it. We'd end up losing all this stuff because it would just stop the thread. The thread no longer has anything going. So I need a while loop in there. I also think it might be beneficial to have like a reload method that would kind of reload the page. Like I only need to load the page once. I only want to load the page once. But if there's a case where I might want to like reload the page or something, I'd want to do that. So let's do this. So let's do private avoid load page. Grab this. Put that in there. And we'll say while running what can I do here? Get turns the current value. Okay. While running, just keep doing that. Just do that. Call load page before that, and then I can have a public void reload page. Just call load page. All right. And here we just do red Current thread yields. Change access to stack using thread. Okay. I guess. We'll just call thread.yield. That's fine, right? Sorry, having conniption right now. Okay, so just throw the yield like I have. Alright. We'll see. I wonder, you know what? Maybe not yield. Let's do a sleep instead. Of seconds, 2. How's it going to tell me this is not interrupted? Okay, that's fine. Try catch. I'm feeling good. I feel pretty good. I am. I'm running, well, jogging more on the treadmill in the morning. In fact, this morning, so I have my like Fitbit on, and it will. When you're on a treadmill, it doesn't do much other than track your time and like your heart rate. And according to that, my heart rate was in the zone, which is like, I think above let's say 120. My pulse was above, something like that. Some kind of range. There's like a fat burn range, and then there's like a cardio range. And I was above that for like 32 minutes out of the 45 that I usually go for. So that's pretty good. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I exercise for 45 minutes, is that it gives me a chance to kind of loosen up, have like a start out slow and end slow, with just a walk. And then in the middle there, try to get like a jog going, and then hold that for as long as I can until it just becomes too difficult. So I was able to do that for like 32 minutes, which is good. And that, it feels good. It feels like, stuff is working. I'm still, like, from day to day, my legs are either really good or off. I'm still, like, my legs are still swollen. My left leg much more than my right, but my right is still like a little bit swollen. And some days, like, I had one day in there where my leg was swollen, but it felt normal. Like for some reason I get like these little like if you think about having a sunburn, right? And you're inside the house in the air conditioning with a sunburn, you can kind of feel the heat coming off your sunburn even when you're not touching it, right? That's kind of what my left leg feels like occasionally during the day, because of it being swollen and just like, it just feels like it's it's red, and it feels like there's a sunburn there, when it's really not. It's just the blood going to it. But then, like one day this week I had it where it was just like, it just felt normal. Like it didn't feel the heat coming off of it. And even now I'm getting longer parts of time, where I don't feel the heat coming off it. Any weird needle feeling. Pins and needles a little bit. Not when I'm doing normal stuff. I was getting, like, I'll occasionally get a little pins and needles when I'm actually jogging. When I first start jogging on it, I'll get it a little bit. And just sometimes when I'm standing, I'll get it, but not, it's very brief. It's not like a prolonged sensation or anything. But that's, so I don't know. I think the exercise is definitely helping it, and I think the losing weight is definitely helping it. But I don't know that it's going to be the ultimate solution to whatever's going on. I still need to kind of go to the vascular doctor and get all that worked out and have them scan it and figure something out there. But things are, like I feel better on my feet. Like as I walk around now, I feel a lot stronger. Like I don't feel kind of wobbly on my feet anymore, which is nice. And I started taking protein shakes, at the suggestion of my brother. Because that's one thing I never tried. And he said it worked well for him when he was losing weight, and it turned my stomach a little bit when I started doing it. Like I had some periods there where I just wasn't feeling good. But I think I've adjusted to it for the most part, and I think that is the one thing. I mean, there's two things I did to my diet, and that was one of the things I did to my diet, and the other thing was I've made my breakfasts be very, very small, and I've tried to push out when I have dinner. So it's like, instead, like I was having cereal and stuff for breakfast, and I'd like to get back to that, but I think even that was maybe a little too much. And so this week I've tried just having a cereal bar, like one of those Kind cereal bars, and because I just needed something to take with the medication. So I've just been doing that just to take it with the medication. And then instead of having my lunch / dinner at 12:30 or 1 o'clock, I've pushed it out to like 2:30. And then I've set a hard limit that I won't eat anything past 6 o'clock. I'll have water and all that stuff past 6, but I'm trying not to actually eat anything past 6. And then just kind of like do like the intermittent fasting there. And I think what's interesting about that was that's usually pretty difficult for me to do. What's interesting this time around is that I think the protein shake is making it so that I don't feel as hungry as I normally would be. Because what I'm doing is like I'm having the protein shake for breakfast basically. So it's protein shake plus the Kind bar, plus the pills and stuff, and that seems to be making it such that I don't feel quite as hungry even towards the end of the day as I did. So I think some of that's helping a little bit. I think that's probably the big thing I changed, and that seems to also be helping me burn the weight. And then also because I'm losing weight, my scores for the sleep apnea stuff are doing really well. Like the beginning of the month, I had a few spikes where it went to like 10 incidents an hour. And then one was like 16 an hour. And then it's back down and holding steady at around 5 per hour, which is considered, more normal. That means like the CPAP and stuff is working as if it's like you're 5 or less per hour. So I think the knockoff of losing some of the weight is also that I'm having less sleep apnea attacks at nighttime. So I think that's helping a lot right now. So we'll see. This is the first week where I've seen any kind of movement like I'm seeing now. Like this is the kind of weight loss I was seeing years and years ago when I did this the first time. So I'm hoping I'm thinking that the addition of the protein shake is what's kind of um, um, helping things out a lot, because I think I've accidentally sort of I think I've accidentally become a vegan almost. Like, I didn't intend on doing it. I still like meat and everything. I still like red meat and everything. Um, but I haven't really been balancing out my meals correctly. Um, in that I've been having a lot of like white meat. Um, and it's just, there was no thought put into it. It's just, I was just, you know, just wanted that for a meal. And now that, I'm getting this sort of infusion of protein and stuff, I'm thinking that maybe I was deficient in the red meat. And so I'm trying to now like alternate a little bit. I'm trying to make sure I still get some red meat in my meal plan during the week. As well as that, because that seems to be maybe what was happening, and maybe why I wasn't like burning fat like I needed to. And also, consequently, probably why I was hungry so badly too. So we'll see on that. I don't know if that's the case or not, but it's something I noticed where I'm just like, I feel like I've, like I'll get a chicken sandwich, and then I'll get like chicken fingers, and then I'll get like, something else the next day, and I'm like, it's been a while since I've had like actual meat here, so I think, or I'll have like a turkey burger or something, it's like, and it wasn't any thought put into it. It was just like, I'm just in the mood for this. And then, realized that maybe I was kind of deficient in that, although I wasn't really, the blood test didn't show that I was deficient really in anything, anymore now that I'm taking the supplements, but I don't know if that's something that's covered by the normal screening and stuff. So, it definitely seems like that was maybe the missing ingredient that I needed to kind of get things back on track here. So, we'll see on that. But yeah, it's so far so good. Maybe by the end of the year I'll be down to 300 pounds. That'd be pretty swell. That would be 67 pounds for the year. If I can do that. That was 342 this morning. So we'll see. Hopefully things are starting to pay off now. I do know that my resting heart rate is down, which is good. So my resting heart rate before was like in the 70s, so like 72 to 75, and now it's down to 50. Sometimes a little bit lower. So if nothing else, I think my heart is getting stronger at least. Whether or not and there's a definite change for my blood pressure. I still need the blood pressure medication, right now, but I've been trying to take like my blood pressure before I take my meds, and then take it after, a couple hours after, and before I take them, it'll be like 135/71, which is borderline bad. I mean, it's high, but it's like in the yellow, as opposed to the red. But then when I take, the medication, it's back down to like 124/67. So it's medication is definitely still making a difference at the current rate that it is. But I'm hoping maybe over time, and as I start to lose a little bit more, I might be less dependent on that, and maybe the doctor will reduce the dosage on that, because I would like to get to a point where maybe I don't need it at all. That would be really good. So we'll see, but I think that's going to take a while. It's probably going to take a few more months, if not a year, to get to that point where, like, that stuff is kind of naturally fixed, so we'll see on that one. I'm hoping hoping I can keep everything up and keep it going, and just like, it would be really nice to, like, I think I mentioned this before, I kept all of my clothes from the first time that I lost like 80 pounds. Like, I bought all new clothes because my waistline went down a lot. It went from, like, I was in 46-inch clothes, and I went down to like a 40 or a 42. I think it was a 42. So I still have a bunch of those around. I still have like the shirts that are, right now I'm wearing triple extra large, but I have the shirts that are just extra large tall. I still have all that stuff around, so it'd be nice to get to a point where I can actually wear those again. That would be really cool. I kept them around specifically as a bonus, because I knew at some point I would have to get back on the exercise routine and get back to a sensible weight again. So it was just a matter of when at that point. But I mean, that first round taught me a lot. It's just that, the preceding 7 years, I just put all that weight back on again. And then when the pandemic hit, it was just like, I think everybody put on a bunch of weight. I don't think I was the only one that put on a bunch of weight when the pandemic hit. But I think a lot of people did, because it just kind of, for me, it kind of threw off the schedule and stuff. Like, I really much prefer working from home now over being in the office. Like 1,000%, I much prefer working from home. But there's a transition period there where you kind of have to figure out how to balance work better, right? Because it's very easy to just like work all the way through the day, not take any breaks. You can even start early, and it's a lot harder to just say, like, look, okay, I'm gonna stand up, I'm gonna take a break, I'm gonna walk around, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna be active. Because when you're in an office, you're almost naturally active, because obviously you're gonna walk, from your car into the office, and then getting up to use the restroom, and when you're in a cube and stuff, you're going to be walking around, you're going to be talking to people, you're going to be standing up, you're going to be walking into meeting rooms and all that stuff. You're not going to be just sitting in one place taking meetings virtually and all that stuff. But here, when everything's just at an arm's reach, it's like you gotta force yourself to kind of move around and take breaks and, you know, go take a walk, do other things, just kind of stay active. And that was the hard part. Also, being, you know, a few steps away from the kitchen, you know, when you're in the office, you don't, you do have a, you know, we did have a kitchen, but we didn't have like food in there that, you know, other than food that people brought for themselves, right? If you wanted food, you had to go to a restaurant or something, or order it, you know, have it delivered or whatever. Here it's like, well, you know, you've got all your fully stocked fridge and everything else, and it's, you gotta make sure you can walk past the fridge without opening it. You know? Wish you kept some of your clothes. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, right? Like I also kept them because I'm so tall, it's hard to find things that tend to fit well. Particularly jeans. Like there's a factory outlet that I usually go drive to, because either I go there and try to get jeans that are, well, used to be reasonably priced, although they jacked the prices up on that, or I have to go to like a big and tall shop, because, you know, being 6'4", it's like, you know, they expect people who are like, you know, a size 42 or something like that to be really short, you know, so you can't like go to a regular department store and get stuff that fits, because it would be like, you know, flood pants, you know, it'd be up to the top of my ankles, that it wouldn't be long enough, right? So you kind of have to go to a big and tall shop to get the right length, and those places just, man, they will take you to the cleaners. Like they jack up all the prices on everything, because they know they've got you. They know you've got nowhere else to go. You know, it's not like a department store where they have to be somewhat reasonable. It's like, nope, they just charge you out the ass for things. Like a pair of jeans. So what was so years ago I went to the factory outlet and I got 3 pairs of jeans that were, what was it, 44.36. And they were, I think the 3 of them together came out to like $100. One pair of that same size, you know, 44 waist, 36 length, was like $80 in a big and tall shop. Right? So that's the big difference. That's also why, you know, I try to keep them for as long as I can. I have jeans that have lasted 10 years, because I just, like, you know, you just can't part with them so easily, because everything's so crazy. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. A 36 length is what I usually get. Yep. Yeah. And, you know, 32s, you can go pretty much any department store and get anything you want in a 32. You can get pretty much any waist you want in a 32. But as soon as you start trying to get into like 34, 36, it just, your options just disappear quickly. So yeah. Yeah, it's not, I was the dentist this week was commenting on that because she had to like I had to pull my feet in so she could move the thing around the tools around the chair because my feet were hanging off the end of the chair. Um, and She says, "Oh yeah, man, you're really tall. Must be great." And I'm like, "Not really. Like, nothing in this world is made for like tall people, unfortunately. You know, airline seats, bus seats, pants. You know, nothing. It's like it's not cost effective to be tall at all." And nurses say I always tell them being tall isn't cut out. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's like yeah, it's fun. You know, they see tall people and they're like, "Oh man, that must be so great." You can, because they figure, oh, well, you can get stuff off the top shelf and all that stuff. And yeah, that's certainly a benefit. But man, just like trying to just do the simple things, traveling places and everything else is just, everything becomes more difficult, you know? And it's one of the reasons why I like driving a pickup truck, is just because I get a lot of headroom and a lot of leg room. You know, anything else, like a lot of these other cars, I just are just like matchbox cars. They're so tiny, you know? There was one of my colleagues, this was way back when, a different company I worked at, had one of those, you know, sports cars. I forget the name of it, but he had one of those sports cars, and he had, you know, and he's like, "Hey, I'll drive you guys to lunch and everything." So I was like, "Okay, cool." And so I'm like, well, "I'm gonna have to be up in the front because I need a little bit more leg room and everything." He's like, "Yeah, sure." Um, and we get inside, and you know, I had some leg room, but I had no headroom at all. Right. So I had to, so as he was driving to this place for us to go for lunch, um, I had to stick my head in the, like, tilted to the side so that I could be in the well for uh, the what is that called? The overhead sunroof. So, so I was like, I pulled the sunroof open, but not open the actual sunroof, just the slider that goes in front of it. And I just stuck my head in there, so I had some headroom. So we're driving the whole way with my head tilted up in the sunroof. So I wasn't crammed up against the roof of the car, which was pretty hilarious. Hey, Premier, welcome. So yeah. you had a Honda and it looked like the car was driving. Yeah. Well, you know, and what's more hilarious about that was my first car was a tiny car. Like I had a Ford Tempo. And it was freaking tiny. Like you were sitting basically on the ground in this thing. And yet I was able to navigate it just fine. Like I had just enough room that I could, you know, turn the wheel without hitting my knees and all that stuff. Which is just a miracle when you think about it now. But yeah, after that I always had to stick to cars that had bench seats. So like, basically Oldsmobiles. I had two Oldsmobile, I had Cutlasses, after that, because the bench seats were the only way I could get the leg room. Like the bucket seats just wouldn't do it. There was too much crap around you. until I went to the F-150s. So yeah, it's you would think there would be enough. You think there'd be enough tall people that there'd be a tipping point where things would start to change, but I guess we haven't reached that point yet. I guess we need 80% of the population to be over 6'4" or something before things start to change. Maybe, I don't know. Because it feels like every time they tout like we have extra leg room on this airline, they had like a 5'7" person sitting in the chair. It's like, yeah, I'm sure they've got plenty of leg room, but the rest of us don't. And oh god, the another story with that, the last company I worked at, we the main office was in San Jose. So they wanted to fly us all out, and all the technical team was in Philadelphia. So East Coast, West Coast we had going on. But all the marketing and all the uppity ups were on the West Coast. So they wanted to fly us all out to have a big company get together and shindig and, all that stuff. So we had a red eye coming back home, but going out we had like a normal flight. And I got behind, there was a small child in the seat in front of me. So I'm sitting there and I'm already scrunched in, like my knees are, basically in my chest. And, we're in the seats and everything's fine so far. And about, I don't know, we take off, and I'd say about maybe 20-30 minutes into the flight, the small child decides that he's bored and he wants to just start ramming himself into the back of the seat. Into the seat. So he's just like leaning forward and going back real hard and back real hard. And meantime, it's just like, so he's bouncing in the seat, bouncing against the seat back. And, obviously my knees are just scrunched in, and I'm getting the full brunt of every one of these like bounces that he's doing. And, a normal person would probably say something, but I'm like, you know what? I just hate rocking the boat. So I just sat there and just took all that punishment for however long that flight was and however much that kid was just doing that. And the kid was just bouncing back and forth. And like, the parent was just like completely zoned out, just doing their thing, reading a book or whatever. I'm like, you know what? Whatever. I'll just take the punishment. And so that's what I did the whole flight, was just like getting my knees ground into dust because of that. Oh, but it is what it is. He says something passive aggressive. It had occurred to me. But I'm like, you know what? I'm so non-combative, right? I'm just like, you know what? Everybody's having a bad day probably. There's no need for me to jump down their throats. The parents seemed like they were finally getting a little bit of peace and quiet while the kid was playing on his Game Boy or whatever, or it was not Game Boy, 3DS. He was playing on. It was just bouncing back and forth playing on 3DS. I was just like, you know what? This is probably the most peace and quiet that person's had, that parent has had in a while. So I'll just let them be. I'll just take the punishment. I'll have my "it takes a village" moment. But that's just, I mean, that's, you know, what can I say? It is what it is. Not that. Let's see. So I've got the browser thread there. I guess we'll see how this goes. So I'll have to spin up a thread. For that, which makes sense. So let's do class. Let's do chat browser service. Let's see how I want this to work. Service. Whoa, that is not what I want. Service. There we go. Private static final logger. Okay. So it's not what it's going to really look like, but I don't think, but I just want to, what I need right now is a test. I need to be able to like play with it a little bit and see how things work. So there's going to be some refactoring when I go through here eventually, but right now I'm just trying to get something that works so I can figure out how this library works and if it's going to work for me or not. So it's going to be a little bit messy at first here. Public. Let's see. Launch chat browser. I'm going to hard code the URL for now, but I reserve the right to pass that in. There's one thing I forgot. Over here. Private void close client. tell it to close? I was flying to Colorado. I was just getting on the plane. And I bumped the seat in front of me, and the dude turned around and was like, "Oh, great, a tall person. I need you to move." I looked at him and was like, "Perhaps you should move." Put his hoodie back on and went to sleep. Said nothing else the whole flight. Jesus. Oh, man. Yeah. Thankfully, I haven't really had those kinds of interactions, thankfully. Which is nice. I mean, the most inconvenienced I've been is like walking through a supermarket and having a little old lady go, "Sir, would you please grab this thing for me off the top shelf?" I'm like, yeah, sure. That's probably the most inconvenienced I've been, based on my height. Although I tell the story that I was, so years and years ago when I was living with my parents back in Philly, I decided that I wanted to get a start on my Christmas shopping. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do my Christmas shopping on Black Friday. I was like, oh, I'm not gonna procrastinate this year. This year I'm gonna do it, and see if I can get some deals and stuff. So I went to a mall. It used to be called the Franklin Mills Mall. I don't know. It's called something else now. It's like Liberty or Freedom Mall or something. I don't. They changed the name of it. But I went there and got a parking spot somehow. Got inside, and the place was just wall to wall people. Like, I've never seen so many people shoved into a mall in all my life. Like, the mall is not small, yet every inch of it was human flesh in some form. And I'm not good with crowds. I've never been good with crowds. After a while, like, there's just too many people, and I just start getting, my anxiety just goes through the roof. And so I walk in there and my jaw just hits the floor. I'm like, well, this is going to be a thing. And I had specific stuff that I wanted to get, which is the whole reason I was out. Then I was like, oh, there's some bargains I want to get. I'm just going to go now. So I'm like, you know what? This is the one time in my life when being tall is going to really help out, because I can see over everybody's heads. Like, I am head and shoulders above most, if not 99% of the people in that area right now. And I'm like, you know what? Today's my day. So I just walked into the crowd and I started throwing elbows. I'm just like, please move out, just old ladies flying across the room, everything. I was just like, screw this. I got one thing I'm going to do, and I'm going to do it. And I'm already anxious about being around all these people. So, we're going to, we're going to bulldoze our way through this mess of people. And, so that's what I did. I was just like, bull in a china shop. I was just pushing people out of the way. I was moving through the mass of people just standing around, like talking and chatting and everything else. And it actually was funny because it got to the point where I looked behind me and there were people following me, because it was like following the ambulance through a traffic through a traffic jam, right? It's like people are just like, we'll follow him because he's getting somewhere. Everyone else is just standing around, you know, blocking the road here. So that's what I did. That was the one time in my life where I was like, you know what? Screw everybody else. I got things to do. I hope everyone's wearing their football pads today. So I went full bore right through the crowd. Got what I wanted and got the hell out of there in probably record time based on just how, like, it never ceases to amaze me how, like, you've got that many people and nobody's moving anywhere. Like, they're all just kind of, it's like they got there and then forgot what they were there for and just were kind of like staring around like, where do I want to go next? What do I want to do next? In the meantime, it's just like everybody, like, there are people who know what they want to do and where they want to go, and they're just struggling to get through all the people who are, you know, rubbernecking, you know? So so that was fun. You get that 100%. Yeah, I know. It's like when you go to the supermarket and it's just like, you know what you want, you're going down the aisle and there's just people there who are just socializing in the middle of the aisle, and they happen to be just right where you need to get stuff, and it's just like, God, just could you have picked any other place to socialize than right where I need to be? I call them Walmart shoppers no matter. Yeah. It never ceases to amaze me that, like, you can go into the richest, wealthiest neighborhood, go into the Walmart, and it always is the crappiest, smelliest place in the world. It doesn't matter what the neighborhood is around it. It's just like you walk in there and it's like, oh yes, urine smell. That's an interesting fragrance. I must be in a Walmart. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's oof. How would I close an auto-closable client here? You really can. I don't really think you're supposed to. So I think it's going to have to be... I need the client to stay open. I would think I need the client to stay open. For the entire time I need the page to be active. Yeah, I think, yeah. I don't think I want this to be... I don't think I want this to be passed in now that I think about it. I think it's gotta be... Hmm. You know, I don't know. Get page. It's gotta be, yeah. I feel like that's gotta stay open. Yeah, I don't think I want to pass the wood climb in. I don't think that's going to work out properly. If I do that. I'm going to do this. How am I going to do the reload page though? Result with height. Yeah, because it wants it to be in the try with resources. I guess there's no, you know what? We just won't have a reload page. I'll just have to I'll just kill the thread and reopen it. I think that would be the best way to do that. So this guy's got to do... that. Do that. Okay. We're loading the page. Web clients. What I will need to pass in is the interceptor, but we'll cover that in a second. The other thing I'm going to do is web client dot get what was the thing? Get options. Set JavaScript enabled set set throw exception on script error. I think is the one we want. False there. Yeah, I think that's what I want on that one. Okay. So is there a web client? So what's the? I think I've lost it here, but where was the? What's the suggestion on the? Show conversations. Here we go. Browser thread. Intercepting. Web connection. Web connection wrapper. Let's see. See if that exists. Web connection wrapper. It does. Wrapper interceptor. There, and I'll do private web connection wrapper interceptor. This dot interceptor equals interceptor. Cool. So then down here. Set web connection. So web client dot set web connection to the interceptor. Okay, good. Now I can just pass. I can pass the interceptor in, and that'll be the thing that listens for the fetch requests and stuff. That way I can just throw whatever interceptors into it I need while keeping everything else relatively the same. Oh yeah, let's get some Deus Ex music going here. Oh yeah, this is what I listen to when I want to concentrate during the day. good. All right, so I need to create the actual web connection wrapper. Do that new class URL intercepting wrapper. Let's go. This extends web connection wrapper. Web client, web connection. Okay. I wonder how I would implement that though. We'll have to see. Override implement methods. Get response. So I need to web connection, and then what does web connection have on it? I wonder. Calling through the wrap web connection objects. Web connection, does it real work? Wrapping the connection at the web client and place itself. Client get web connection, web client set web connection. This. So I need a web connection before we get in there, which means essentially, I mean, I might as well just do the web client one because it's just going to get the web connection off of that. So I can pass that in then. All right. That's going to complicate things a little bit. Private static final logger. Do that. That takes a web request. So to web response is this, and then if request the get URL that to string, get the string representation of this URL. Contains whatever the URL is going to be here. Would be acceptable? I think so. I think that'll work. Private string URL. Go. URL. Process it. So I'll need to process content and send it somehow right there. And return response. All right. So basically, I basically just get the content as a string, and I just need to send it somewhere. somehow alert that it's come through. Probably be more like I probably just send a spring event. Yeah, I'll dig up how I send spring events. And then I'll have an event listener that listens for it. Thing is, it would be nice if it didn't. I mean, it'll be firing off every like 5 seconds. So it'd be nice if it didn't fire off every 5 seconds. Be nice if it fired off only if it was... Only if there was some action to be taken. Which could be, I could put something like I put something in here that like looks at the string. And maybe calling this URL intercepting wrapper is not the right thing to call it. Maybe I have to call it I mean, right now it's having it this way is general purpose. Yeah, I guess maybe I would have this fire off, like have this go to some utility thing. And have it determine if there's something in the response that I care about. And then if there is, then throw an event that would then process the JSON. Because the one thing I'd like to, I mean, there's nothing wrong with me, I guess, processing JSON every 5 seconds, but if I can avoid it, it would be good. Like if I could just only process things when I actually give a damn about them, that would be nice. Well, we'll have to see. Right now, let's just test out the orders and see what it looks like. Debug. Response. What do they do here? Response get content as string. Just do that. We'll just write out the bug statements right now so I can see if anything's happening more than anything else there. And then I'll figure out what I can figure out from that. Let's just get something working at some point here. Fortunately, this takes a web client, so I'd have to. All right, Outlaw. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Have a good night. I'm probably not gonna go all night either. I think I'll just wrap this up a little bit right now, and pick this up tomorrow, because I have stuff to think about here. Let's see. So if I do, so yeah, this I think is gonna have to be in here then. Set web connection. I don't even really need to do because it's going to set the web connection for me. So really I have to do new URL. Intercepting wrapper. New. Intercepting wrapper. Web client. And be the URL, so I can't, so this will be page URL and then string intercept URL. There we got that. So then I get rid of interceptor here. All right. Running that. Set release, set plain. Or just set. I guess. Just set. Let's do that. Well, I guess the best thing I can do is just try and run this and see what happens. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Seems like the thing to do. What does this? Does this new? I don't think it actually returns anything, any errors or anything. I guess I should do just a generic catch here, though. Client exception. Yeah, I mean, if we're catching that, then things are closed, so it doesn't really matter at that point whether I set running or not. You know what, just out of brevity's sake, let's just set that. You know, it doesn't matter at that point. We'll just set it anyway. Okay, so basically gonna do browser thread new browser thread page URL and intercept URLs. The page URL right now for our sake. Did I close that? No, here we go. So let's grab this. That'll be the page URL for tests. And then I want to intercept request to this. Copy URL. I don't really need the whole thing either, because I'm just saying if it contains this. So I can just kind of say, does it contain get live chat, preprint false? Intercept those, and we'll see if it prints the JSON coming back into the log, and then Browser thread dot start. Okay. I should probably put this somewhere where I can stop it again. So let's do private browser thread, chat browser thread. Void stop chat browser. I'll just say chat browser thread. Deprecate it. Oh, you know what? I'll just do chat browser thread dot set set running new atomic boolean false. Do that. And let me make sure logger debug browser thread started. Okay. Got that. Chat browser, stop chat browser. I now need to call this. I think let's just make a button to call it. I can just put a button on the home page. So let's do home page controller or home controller. And I'll say public string yeah, that's fine, I guess. I mean, I just need something that'll just work real fast. Start browser thread. I'll say start chat thread. Browser requests model. And then we'll just call private Chat browser service. Service. Auto wire that. This will be chat browser service dot launch chat browser. What do I call it? Set message? Set message? No. Show message? Show. Why am I drawing a blank on this? Get message. Add success message. I was like drawing a blank here. Add success message. Next success browser launched. Turn home. String stop chat browser. Browser service, stop, add, success, message, requests, success, browser stopped. Home, get mapping. Start or stop browser. Start browser. I'll just make it very, very simple. I should make it an Ajax call, but screw it. I'll just make it like super simple right now. We're just testing things. So then I need messages properties. Text success browser. What was it? Browser launched. Browser stopped. Right, that was the other one, I think. Browser stopped, yep. Alright, so then home.html. Let's put just 2 buttons on here. What's the... Is it macros? What's my button macro? I don't remember after all this time. Button text. So I just do button texts. You know what? I won't even do that. Let's just do the... This has icons and stuff, and I don't really care for any icons right now. I don't want to look up an icon. I don't want to look up an icon to use. I just want to go. So we'll just do primary ID. Will just be. I don't even need an ID for it. Title. I don't need right now. It's just a test button. So just say start chat browser tests. Stop chat browser tests. And actually, I can just, instead of making them a button, at spring URL. Spring URL. Good for yeah, here we go. That's what I'm looking for. So this would be stop browser. Start browser. Okay. Let's see if this compiles and everything. See if I missed anything along the way. Two errors. Oh, this is... It's just hitting on stuff in the HTML. So, okay, that's fine. Let's clean and republish and clean the work directory. And let's start up. Okay. Go to the home page here. And let me see, tail -f nb log. let's see what we see here, if anything. Start. A lot of stuff just flew by there. Executing JavaScript execution job. Same origin. Stop executing job. Okay. Jesus. That was the entire content of the HTML dumped out there. Error during JavaScript execution. Not read property polyfill wrap flush callback. Okay, fine. Chat polymer. I don't know if that matters. Started executing, finished executing JavaScript execution job. I'm not seeing my logging happen. Set timeout. It does seem like it's maybe running JavaScript. Browser thread stopped. Okay. Fire that unload. So it looks like that's stopped. I don't think I don't think it ran my stuff, or if it did, it didn't intercept anything happening. Let's see here. What I can do is run it in. Let's stop the server. We'll run it in debug mode. Definitely looked like it loaded the web page, which is good. And it looked like some JavaScript was firing off, but I don't know if it's designed to let the page continue going. That's what I'm not sure about. Put a breakpoint there. It's going to be a noisy breakpoint, but it's. I want to see if it's even firing off. I mean, I know it's firing off at least once, but I want to see if it's firing off more than once there, or if it's even firing off at all for the URLs that I'm trying to look for. Let's run this in debug mode. I have other breakpoints set up here. Let's get rid of that one and get rid of that one. There we go. Okay. Start it here. All right, so we got in once. Two napping, okay. Desktop. That's another one. Okay. Okay, it's a different URL. Desktop. Error 204. I wonder if that's what's happening. It looked like it was going to like an error 204 page there. So if I go back here, I don't think this is failing out though. I guess I need to see. I wonder if I can like see a screenshot of what it brought back. I mean, I have the HTML. I think that's going to be the difficult part right now, is seeing if I can figure out it's definitely called for a bunch of the URLs, which is fine, but it's not. It doesn't look like it's being called for the one that I'm actually interested in. It may or may not be related to that error that was coming up there. Like there was like a 204 error or something. I have to figure out a way that I can see what's going on there. Like, it would be nice if I could just generate an image or something of what the browser looks like. So maybe that, because maybe that would help. Not sure. So can I email unit generate page image? Generate image from page? Generate page image. Image format support. No. No. HTML image, generate screenshot. It was 13 years ago. See, the thing is, in Selenium, you can generate a screenshot of the browser, but Selenium is I think, is using real browsers, so I think you can do that, but I'm not sure. No chance to make a screenshot. Parallel Selenium. HTML screenshot. Oh. Hmm. It's been brought up quite a few times. Hmm. I'm sure I use Firefox Driver, but I don't want to use Firefox. Take screenshots of a web page headlessly. XHTML render. Huh. No, use XHTML render. CSS 2.1 render written in Java. Org. PDF images and swing panels. So, core renderer? 2010. Oof. Oof. This probably doesn't exist anymore. Although, last release 2024 over here. Maybe that's Flying Saucer Core. Flying Saucer PDF. There you go. Flying Saucer. What is this? Unknown and 2 other licenses found. GPL, LGPL. Alright. Pure Java library for rendering arbitrary well-formed XML. For the swing panel PDF and images. Okay. SWT output. PDF, SWT, log4j. Flying Saucer Core is the core library. so this is what I need. Flying saucer core. Alright. Grab that. And these will just be helpful. I mean, it'll be helpful mostly just for debugging. It's not something I need beyond debugging stuff. Let's put that here. Saucer. Go. Do that. Make sure this comes down. Date project. Okay, good. And the question is how to really use it. So example code in our flying saucer examples directory. Okay. Samples, source, main, Java. All right, so image render. URL contains the Java 2D renderer. From file, image to image auto size. So I guess it's just the graphics 2D render. Okay, so over here, we'll say private, we'll just do void for right now. Generate screenshots. And I'll just say, well, let's see, response, get, or was it, content, yeah, I guess you just get content as string. Eight. String response string and So here I would do what? Graphics, 2D renderer. It's 2D renderer. Render that. Render to image, but that's taking a URL. An image from a document where height is in a document. You set document and then to estimate a size before rendering, you set document string. And then get minimum size. These are static methods though. Set documents. Takes a URL for document render. I don't want it to do that. I just want to see what actually came in. It's not really what I'm looking for. How did they do it here? Yeah, see, they just passed the address in. Yeah, I don't know. Wish they would. So, FS image writer. FS image writer. Get absolute path substring image writer right. Simple printable. What does this do? Some of these things take URLs, which I don't want. I want to just pass it HTML to do. Browse panel. it either import XML resource load. I hate this. It's like, on the one hand, I'm glad they have examples. On the other hand, not writing up, having examples is not enough. Like, you need to actually explain, you need to actually document some things and explain what's going on. You just can't expect that examples are just going to just be enough. Notable entry points include XHTML panel, image renderer, so if I did image renderer, let's try this. New image renderer. Render to image file URL. Damn it. It's making a huge assumption, which is you just want to give it a URL, and I don't. I want to give it a document. Just render that out. So there must be, I wonder if there's a different, you would think there'd be a library that kind of does it. So I wonder, let me see something. Copilot. Is there a way to render the XHTML content and get response as a PNG image? Use libraries like Flying Saucer and iText for HTML to PDF conversion and Apache PDF Box for PDF to PNG conversion. Jesus Christ. Convert it to a PDF and then convert it to a PNG. What is it doing here? Byte array. I want to see how it uses Flying Saucer to at least get the XHTML to it. So, iText renderer. Set document from string? Why don't I believe that exists? So they have iText render. What about image render? There's no set on that. So, all right, well, let's see what iText. All right, so iText render is not part of that. iText for XHTML to PDF. So this has XHTML renderer, PDF, iText renderer. XHTML renderer, PDF, iText renderer. iText. Yeah, it's got inline text. Maybe that's. An inline element never extend across the line break. No. So they probably changed the name of that since this looked at it. So what if I did XHTML panel? XHTML. It's a swing component. Ugh. I don't want a swing component. XHTML printable allows you to print XHTML content to a printer instead of rendering it to the screen. Okay. The constructor requires an XHTML panel. Don't want that. That doesn't work. Any other ideas? JavaFX web view. I mean, sure, but then I have to bring JavaFX in. And that's a lot just for one little thing here. I think I'm gonna win that one. Java HTML to image. HTML string to image. Java HTML to image. Always has white borders. Well, I don't really care if it always has white borders. Java HTML to image. Okay. 2 years ago. I mean, that's not terrible. What is the... Is there no license on this thing? HTML markup converts plain HTML markup to image and provides client-side image map using HTML elements. HTML markup. Image generator. Okay. HTML2 image. Doesn't exist. Um, 2023. I mean, this is the latest up-to-date one. It looks like. I gotta get it from Jetpack.io, which is fine. Wait, that's not the right one. What is this here? Hey, Banjax, welcome. Good morning. How you doing? Tired? I feel you. I need to actually go to bed soon here. This is one tag, 0.9. Straight line. This is this is a thing. Didn't really do much to kind of make this easy to package today. Like I don't know that I want to just download some from some random repository here. I wonder if there's a HTML to image over here. Oh, there is. This is good. Maybe. hkirk.com, GitHub, hkirk, Java. Wait. So this one here, this one says 2018. There's a 201. Vulnerabilities from dependencies. Oh, JUnit? Well, that's... I'm not worried about JUnit. I don't know why they have JUnit as a dependency, but I'm not worried about that. So I take 201 or I take 0.9? I guess it doesn't matter. Miss HTML, you haven't coded in ages? Yeah, it's try to get back to it when you can. It's nice to keep up with it. Let's see what we got here. So if let's ditch flying saucer for right now. And we'll try this. Oh, is it really in a different repo? Spring plugins. Spring lib m. Spring lib m repository. What the hell repository is this? How about this one? MuleSoft repository. Okay. Yeah, I really don't want to bring in random other repositories if I can help it. Unless they're well known. Look, yeah, these are all random other repositories that's pulling in. Well, here's one in Central. This is 010 though. So what is this? HTML2 image. GitHub clone of SVN repo. HTML2 image. Yeah, because that doesn't exist anymore. 10 years ago. So this was like way early version. That's the only one that's in Central. Well, I'm really surprised that this is in the Spring repository. That kind of blows me away a little bit. So wait, what is it? AVA. I don't see it there. For that group ID? Tabletop game design has your hooks. It has its hooks in it. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Spring plugins. It's in the Spring plugins directory. Don't see anything here though. Oh, that's very weird. I think these are just old things that just don't exist anymore. Which means I'd have to bring in. I basically have to bring the code down myself. Build it. I mean, it's only for a debugging thing, but still, that's not very appealing. Not very appealing at all. I guess I could look to see how it, I mean, the code is here, right? So I could just see how they do it. Renderer. Image renderer impl. I'm thinking with portals, yeah, right? Get buffered image. Get graphics, okay. FS image writer. Wait, is this using... Oh, you're kidding me. It's using XHTML renderer. So it's using the... Okay. Okay. So the image renderer impl, how's it doing that? Graphics 2D renderer, it's doing renderer set document. Graphics 2D renderer set document. But I tried that. They don't have a set document, do they? Am I just going absolutely insane here? Put this back in there. All right, and then graphics. (2D) renderer. Renderer.set document. Oh, I see what they did. They did document doc. Base URL. Relative links within the document. Okay. But then what document did they throw in there? Documents. Document holder, get document. Where the hell is this guy? Document holder. You have to give it a document holder. Render impl document holder. So where parser document holder. Okay, sure. Parser implementation. Private documents. Doing a DOM parser from Xerxes. Oh, so they're actually grabbing the HTML and doing a DOM parser on it and getting a document from that. And then they're throwing that document. At this thing? Is that really the kind of document it takes? Document to render. New document. Okay. So, document info. Does this work? No. So once a org WC3 DOM document. Yeah, okay. Okay. So new HTML. Whoa there. HTML documents. Document. I wonder if I did response that get nah. Gonna work that way. Not gonna work that way. I can do it, but I have to check to make sure that it's HTML, and then I have to render it as an image. I just more need to know. I need better visibility into what's going on. That's what it comes down to. Huh. Alright. Well, we have something that it's at least loading up the page and bringing HTML back. So it looks like it's working to that extent. It just doesn't look like it's doing the fetch stuff. Out of curiosity though, I don't know. I assume that the browser it defaults to would be Chrome. Create a web client interface using the browser version returned by browser version get defaults. Defaults to best support it. So what if I did new web client browser version dot what's best supported? Chrome. Okay. So if I put Chrome in there, it'll just be it'll be exactly the same thing. So, and I kind of figured that. I kind of figured that would be the case. That's why I didn't put anything in there. So I don't think I need the polyfill for the fetch stuff because it's doing Chrome 127, which should have all that stuff, I would imagine. I guess Chrome fetch API support. So where was that at? Yeah, since Chrome 42. So that should be in there and working as far as I can tell. This tune's funky. Yeah. They have some good bangers from time to time here. This is what is this one? Yeah, Doom 2 Hell on Earth. Yep. It's from that. A remix of it. Okay, so I see what's going on there. So okay. Yeah, we'll have to dig into this some more tomorrow because I've reached the limits of my brain capacity for tonight. It's past 1 a.m. for me, so I think I should shuffle on off to the old comfy bed and this up again tomorrow, hopefully with a fresher brain. Maybe not a fresh brain, but a fresher brain, and see if I can figure something out here where I can try to figure out what's going on and why I'm not seeing what I think I should be seeing. I mean, I could throw exception on script error back to true and see if there's like a JavaScript exception that's causing issues. But we'll see. I'll have to mull it over. But we'll take care of that tomorrow, my friends. In the meantime, I'll bid you adieu for tonight. So we made some progress. We're testing. We're playing around with things and seeing what works. And trying to figure out this whole grabbing chat from YouTube without having to expend enormous amounts of API credits to do it. So we'll see how all that winds up. But anyway, like I said, that'll do it for me for tonight. I'm not going to raid out or anything because it's late and I can't hang around much longer here. So instead, I'm just going to say tomorrow afternoon at some point, I'll be back online. We'll do some more coding. Tomorrow night, I will probably just be playing a game, just some random game. I don't know what one yet. I'm just going to pick something at random and do that. And then Sunday, we'll do our longer gaming session. I think I need to get back into Horizon Forbidden West and try to get through the DLC for it, because we had started it, but I haven't gotten back to it. So maybe we'll be back in that. It really depends on what I feel like. We'll see. Yeah, that is the story as I know it right now, my friends. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I hope everyone has an excellent morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what it is for you. And hope to see you back here again in the future for some more stuff, whatever suits your fancy. Until then, see you bye.
Space!